Hmm? return, we return, we return, return again. We return, we return, we return, return again and again to love, love, love. We return again to love. We return, we return, we return, return again. We return, we return, we return, return again and again to truth, truth, truth. We return again to truth. Hashivenu Adonai elecha v'nashuva chadesh yameinu kekedem yalalai 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 We return, we return, we return, return again. We return, we return, we return, return again and again to you.
Welcome, everyone, as we arrive on this Day of Atonement, or as many say, the Day of At-One-ment, right? The person who realized that was spelled the same must have been very proud. At-One-ment. We atone to become one with ourselves and the world, to enter into a larger picture of wholeness, and we let go of the sins that hold us back. There's a saying, have you heard it? It says, "Die before you die." And that is the best way I can describe Yom Kippur. Because our texts teach us that there are 2 days of atonement in our tradition, the day you die and Yom Kippur. It teaches us that we shouldn't wait until the moment of our death to touch authenticity. So we get to die before we die, to feel our at-one-ment, to make choices from that place. Rabbi Alan Liu writes, "At the moment of death, there may be nothing we can do about that but feel regret. But if we seek the answers now, we can act in the coming year to bring ourselves closer to our core. And these are the choices we are going to make for the upcoming year, choices that bring us closer to the truth we discover in ourselves today or rediscover in ourselves today." Rabbi Liu asks, what lives on in the people we have loved and lost? What breaks our hearts when we think of them? What do we miss so much that it aches? Precisely that unspeakable, ineffable, intangible quality which takes up no space at all and which never did. That's what makes it through the passage of life to death. So what do we want to live on? Our pride, our anger, our selfishness? No. And if not, Rabbi Liu says, we better let go of them now before they become what we are. So today is the day to ask ourselves, what are you when you are at one, when you are at one-ment? Let us be fearless in our search for truth today. Truth and Life, page 190, below the line.
From the cowardice that shrinks from new truth, from the laziness that is content with half-truths, from the arrogance that thinks it knows all truth, O God of truth, deliver us from the cowardice that shrinks from new truth, from the laziness that is content with half-truths, from the arrogance that thinks it knows all truth. O God of truth, deliver us. We must do justly and love mercy, and will walk humbly with our God. Do justly and love mercy, and walk humbly with our God. We must do justly and love mercy, and will walk humbly with our God. Do justly and love mercy, and walk humbly with our God.
Our Kavanah, page 160. Will you stay for it?
Hashem Yichud Kudsha Brichu Ushechinete Hineni Mukhan Mzuman L'Kabel Shel Ve'ahavta l're'acha kamocha Ve'ahavta l're'acha kamocha U'v'zechut zeftach pi U'v'zechut zeftach pi On this Yom Tov, as I embark to open my heart, I pray to unify all that surrounds me with all that is within me, and this is how I will love my friend as myself. I will love my neighbor as myself. And I will love you as myself. And this is why I open my mouth. And this is the reason I pray.
We remember how our sages teach us that today is actually the happiest day of the year because we return to the truth of ourselves in alignment. So as we enter into the poetry, the Psalms, I notice that many are under the impression that the Psalms are all about joy and praise. But if you read them, they're really not. They run the gamut of human experience, of suffering and estrangement, of isolation and downtroddenness, along with praise and ecstatic states. So let us sing Psalm 150.
Page 262.
Thank you.
Kol hanshama tehallel hallelujah. Kol hanshama tehallel hallelujah. Hallelujah el bikocho. Hallelujah birkiahuzo. Hallelujah vigvurotav. Hallelujah kerov gudlo. Kol hanshama tehallel hallelujah. Kol hanshama tehallel hallelujah. Hallelujah b'teka shofar. Hallelujah b'nevel v'chinor. Hallelujah b'tofu machol. Hallelujah b'minim v'ugav. Kol hanshama tehallel hallelujah. Kol hanshama tehallel hallelujah. Hallelujah b'tziltzalei shama. Hallelujah b'tziltzalei truah. Kol hanshama tehallel hallelujah. haneshama tehallel Hallelujah. Kol haneshama tehallel Hallelujah.
Page 264.
Nishmat. Nishmat kol chai tivarech et shimcha Adonai Eloheinu. Nishmat kol chai tivarech et shimcha Adonai Eloheinu. Yai dai 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 yai dai 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 yai dai 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 yai dai 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 yai dai 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 yai dai 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 yai dai 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 yai Nishmat kol chai tivarech et shimcha Adonai Eloheinu. Nishmat kol chai tivarech et shimcha Adonai Eloheinu. Yai dai dai dai
Cantor George, page 270.
Page 270. Yoshev al kisei ram v'nisa shochen ad maharon v'kadosh shemo v'chatuv ralanu tzadikim baranai laisharim navat hilah b'fi yisharim tidromam U'divrei tzadikim titbarach, u'vilshon chasidim titkadash, u'v'kerev kedoshim tithalal, u'v'makalot u'v'aramecha beit Yisrael. Lehodot lehalel l'shabeach, Lefaer romeim lehader levarech la'alei kales al kol divrei shirot v'tishbechot David ben Yishai avdecha meshichecha yishtabach shemecha la'ad malkeinu Berachot ברוכות והודאות מעתה ועד עולם, ברוך אתה אדוני, אל מלך גדול בתשבחות, אל ההודאות אדון הנפלאות, הבוחר בשירי זמרה, מלך אל חי העולמים. Page 276. יתגדל ויקדש שמי רבה, בעולמו דברה חירותי וימליך מלכותי, בחייכון וביומכון, ובחיי דכל בית ישראל, בגלה ובזמן קריב אמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מברך לעולם ולעולמי עלמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי לקודשה. בריחו לעילה לעילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דמירם בעלמה ואמרו אמן. Rising for Baruch Hu. Baruch Hu et Adonai HaMevorach. Baruch Adonai HaMevorach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, yotzer or v'orei choshech, oseh shalom v'orei et hakol, or olam b'otzar chaim, orot me'ofel amar vayehi. Page 291. I always like to include Marge Piercy. White butterflies with single black finger paint eyes on their wings dart and settle, eddy and mate, over the green tangle of vines in Labor Day morning steam. The year grinds into ripeness and rot. Grapes darkening, pears yellowing, the first Virginia creeper twining crimson, the grasses dry straw to burn. The new year rises, beckoning across the umbrellas on the sand. I begin to reconsider my life. What is the yield of my impatience? What is the fruit of my resolve? I turn from frantic white dance over the jungle of productivity, and slowly a nigun slides cold water down my throat. I rest on a leaf spotted red. Now is the time to let the mind search backwards like the raven loosed to see what can feed us. Now, the time to cast the mind forward, to chart an aerial map of the months. The new year is a great door that stands across the evening, and Yom Kippur is the second door. Between them are song and silence, stone and clay pot to be filled from within myself. I will find there both ripeness and rot, what I have done and undone, what I must let go with the waning days and what I must take in. With the last tomatoes, we harvest the fruit of our lives. To page 298. Or chadash al Tzion tahir, v'nizkechu lanu b'mhera le'oro, baruch atah Adonai, yotzer ha'meorot. Page 300. Ahava harabah v'tanu, Adonai Eloheinu, Chem lagedol aviterach amalta aleinu, Avinu malkeinu, bavur avotenu v'imotenu, shebatchu v'cha, Avinu malkeinu, ותלמדם חוקי חיים, כן תכוננו תלמדנו, אבינו האב הרחמן, המרחם רחם עלינו. ותן בליבנו להבין ולהשכיל לשמוע, ללמוד וללמד, לשמור ולעשות, ולקיים את כל דברי תלמוד תורתך באהבה. והאר עינינו בתורתך, ודבק ליבנו במצוותיך, ויחד לבבינו לאהבה וליראה את שמך, ולא נבוש ולא נקלם ולא ניכשל לעולם ועד, כי בשם קודשך הגדול והנורא פתחנו, נגילה ונשמחה בישועתך. והביאנו לשלום מארבע כנפות הארץ, ותוליכנו קוממיות לארצנו, כי אל פועל ישועות אתה, וקרבתנו לשמך הגדול, סלע באמת להודות לך ולייחדך באהבה. ברוך אתה אדוני אוהב עמו ישראל. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad, Baruch Shem Kivod, Malchuto, Leolam Vaed. ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך, והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך, ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובקומך, וקשרתם לאות על ידיך, והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך. Page 312. Vayomer Adonai el Moshe lemor daber el bnei Yisrael v'marta alehem v'asu lahem tzitzit al kanfei vigdeihem l'dorotam v'natnuhu al tzitzit hakanaf petil techelet v'yalachem l'tzitzit l'ritem oto uzchartem et kol mitzvot Adonai v'asitem otam v'lo taturu acharei levavechem v'acharei einechem asher atem zonim achareihem l'man tizkaru v'asitem et kol mitzvotai v'item kadoshim le'elohechem ani Adonai Elohechem asher hotzeiti etchem me'eretz Mitzrayim li'olachem le'elohim ani Adonai Elohechem Adonai Elohechem emet. And to page 318. Tehilot le'el elyon baruch hu v'orach Moshe u'Miriam u'vnei Yisrael l'chanu shira b'simcha rabba v'yamaru kulam Michamocha ba'elim Adonai Michamocha nehedar b'kodesh Nora tehilot osefele Shira charasha shebechu gulim lishimcha sefat hayam Yachad kulam hodu v'himlichu v'yameru Adonai yimloch leolam va'ed Tzor Yisrael, Kuma be'ezrat Yisrael, Ufedechnu mecha Yehuda v'Yisrael, Go aleinu Adonai Tzevaot Shemo, Kadosh Yisrael, Baruch atah Adonai, Gal Yisrael.
In this next section, we go from standing, right? And then there's an Aleinu where this is in our tradition, we actually today get to lie down on the floor. It's carpeted. So that's in the Aleinu. But first we start, so how do we get from here to there? So when we're in this part, the Amidah, we're singing a human song. We're standing upright. We're honoring ourselves as people and our community as people. But by the time the Aleinu comes and we say, it is upon us to do this work in the world, we come to singing a universal song, the song of the earth, of Mother Nature. So I invite you that when we get to the point where we lie on the ground, this is what I always do. Connect to the earth. Let her change you. Feeling her. Saying, what do you need from me? This is the prayer that I always have in my body when I do it. What do you need from me? How can I serve you? Do what you will with me. I am you. I am of you. And listen. And hear what that message is for you today. The Amidah, our human part of the song, begins on page 868 to 882. Cantor George accepts this responsibility for us in this piece.
Here I stand, impoverished in merit, trembling in your presence. pleading on behalf of your people, Israel. Even though I am unfit and unworthy for the task. Therefore, gracious and compassionate Lord, awesome God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and God of Jacob, God of Sarah, God of Rebekah, God of Rachel and Leah. I plead for help as I seek mercy for myself and for those I represent. Charge them not with my sins. May they not be shamed for my deeds, and may their deeds cause me no shame. Accept my prayer as the prayer of one uniquely worthy and qualified for the task, whose voice is sweet and whose nature is pleasing to his fellow men. Remove all obstacles and all problems. Draw your veil of love over our faults. Transform our afflictions to joy and gladness, life and peace. May we always love truth and peace, and may no obstacles confront my prayer. Revered, exalted, awesome God, may my prayer reach your throne for the sake of all honest, pious, and righteous, and for the sake of your glory. Praised are you, who hears our prayer. Page 868. And please rise for the Amidah. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei avoteinu v'imotenu Elohei Avraham Elohei Yitzchak Elohei Yaakov Elohei Sarah, Elohei Rivka, Elohei Rachel, Elohei Leah. Ha'el Hagadol, Hagibor v'Hanora, El Elyon. Mel chasadim tovim v'konei hakol v'zocher chastei avot v'imot umevi gula livnei v'neihem Leman shemo be'ahava Misod chachamim rvonim Umilem edad mevinim Eftecha fihi V'tfilah v'tachanunim Lechalot ulechanein Pnei melech malei rachamim Mochel v'soleach lavonim Zachreinu lechayim Melech hafetz b'chayim V'chorfeinu b'sefer hachayim L'man lecha Elohim chayim Melech ozer u'Moshiach u'Magen Baruch atah Adonai Magen Avraham v'Ezrat Sarah Atah gibor le'olam Adonai Rav le'Hoshia Morid hatal Mechalkel chayim b'chesed Mechayei kol chai v'rachamim rabim Somech noflim v'rofei cholim U'mahatir asurim U'mekayem emunato Lishenei afar Micha mocha ba'gevurot U'midom melach melech meimit u'mechaye u'matzmiach Yeshua Micha mocha Av harachamim Zocher, Zocher Yitzurav L'chayim berachamim V'ne'eman ata L'achayot kol chai Baruch atah Adonai Mechayei kol chai Page 872. U'lechein l'chata l'kedusha ki ata Eloheinu melech. U'netanet tokef kedushat hayom. Ki hu nora vayom. Uvo tinasei malchutecha. Vikon bechesed kisecha, v'teshev alav be'emet. Emet, 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 ki atahu dayan u'mochiach. Emet, 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 Ki atahu dayan u'mochiach Emet, emet, emet V'yodei ava'ed Emet, emet, emet V'yodei ava'ed V'chotev, v'chotem, v'sofer u'moneh emet, emet, emet. V'chotev, v'chotem, v'sofer u'moneh emet, emet, emet. Emet, ki atahu dayan u'mochiach v'yodei ava'ed. V'chotev, v'chotem, v'chotem, v'sofer u'moneh. V'tizkor kol hanishkachot ותפתח את ספר הזיכרונות, ומאליו יקרא, וחותם יד כל אדם בו. ובשופר גדול ייתקע, וקול דממה דקה יישמע. ומלאכים יחפזון, וחיל רדה יוחזון, ויאמרו הנה יום הדין, ויאמרו הנה יום הדין, לפקוד על צבא מרום בדין, כי לא יזכו בניך בדין, בדין. וכל באי עולם יעברון לפניך, כבני מרון, כבקרת רועה עדרו, מעביר צאנו תחת שבטו, כן תעביר ותספור ותמנה, ותפקוד נפש כל חי, כבקרת רועה עדרו, מעביר צאנו תחת שבטו, כן תעביר ותספור ותמנה, ותפקוד נפש כל חי. ותכתוב קצבה לכל בריאה, ותכתוב את גזר דינם. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון. כמה יעברון, וכמה יבראון. מי יחיה ומי ימות, מי וקיצו ומי לא וקיצו. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון. בראש השנה ייכתבון מבאש, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון מבמים, מבחרב ומבחיה. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון. בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון. בראש השנה ייכתבון מבערב, וביום צום כיפור יחתמון מבצמא. מבערב ומבצמא. בראש השנה ייכתבון. מברש ומבמגפה, מבחניקה ומבזחילה, בראש השנה ייכתבון, וביום צום כיפור ייחתמון. בראש השנה ייכתבון. בראש השנה ייכתבון. וביום צום כיפור ייחתמון. וביום צום כיפור ייחתמון. מי ינוח ומי ינוע, מי ישקיט ומי יטרף, מי ישלב ומי יתייסר, מי יעני ומי יעשיר, מי יושפל ומי ירום. ותשובה ותפילה וצדקה מעבירין את רוע הגזרה. And page 880. 880. 880. In the Hebrew, the third line, the second word in. And in the transliteration, see how far down it is. It's the transliteration, it's the third word in from the right in the third line. Dare mala. Dare mala. Im dare mata. Dare malam dare mata. Dare malam dare matam dare mata. Dare malam dare mata. Kakatuv, 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 kakatuv al yad neviecha v'kara el zevin omar. Kadosh, kadosh, kadosh. Adonai tzivahot. Melo chol haaretz kevodo. Kevodo malei olam. Mishar tav shoalim ze la ze. Aye mekom kevodo. Lumatam baruch yomeru. Baruch kevod Adonai mimkomo. Mimkomo. Hu yifen barachamim. V'yachon am ham yachadim shemo erev vavoker. B'chol yom tamid pamayim b'ahava shema omerim. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Echad Hu Eloheinu Hu Avinu Hu Malkeinu Hu Moshienu V'hu Yashmienu berachamav Shenit lenei kol chai Liolachem le'Elohim Ani Adonai Elohechem Adir Adirenu Adonai Adoneinu Madir Shimcha b'chol haaretz V'yad Adonai lemelech al kol haaretz Bayom hahu yeh Adonai echad ושמו אחד, ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור, ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהיך ציון, לדור ודור, הללויה. לדור ודור נגיד גודלך, ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש, בשבחך אלוהינו, מפינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד, כי אל מלך גדול וקדוש אתה. Into page 890 for the Grand Aleinu. 890. 890. And I'll be doing the version below the line. Gathering together. No. No, we're good. We still have more.
Oh, we have all that.
We have a lot. Gathering together.
What page are we on? No page right now, it's gathering together.
Maybe seated for right now.
Good job.
Look at all of us here. What are our motivations? Each with our worries and fears. Each with our own reservations. Brimming with love but with tension. Together but so much alone. Hoping to find some redemption in gathering together as one. We look back, we look ahead in great introspection, and we count all of our blessings spiritual connection. We look back, we look ahead in great introspection, and we count all of our blessings in spiritual connection. V'akulam, we ask for atonement for all our failings, forgive. Elohai slichot, in all our alonement, slach lanu, so that we may live. V'akulam, we ask for atonement for all our failings, forgive. Elohai slichot, in all our alonement, slach lanu, so that we may live.
Page 954.
Shema Kolenu, Shema Kolenu, Shema Kolenu, Adonai Eloheinu, Chus v'rachem aleinu, v'kabel b'rachamim v'ratzon, et tefilatenu. Shema Kolenu, Shema Kolenu, Yai da 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 da, ya da 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 da, ya da 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 da. Hashivenu, Hashivenu Adonai Elecha v'nashuva, Chadesh Chadesh Yameinu, Chadesh Chadesh Yameinu, Yameinu kekedem. Shema Kolenu, Shema Kolenu. Dai 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 dai, yai dai 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 dai. Al tashlichenu milfanecha, v'ruach kodshecha al tikach mimenu. Shema Kolenu, Shema Kolenu. Yai dai 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 dai. Yai dai 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 dai. Al tashlichenu leit zikna, Kichlon kochenu, al tashlichenu leit zikna, kichlon kochenu, al tashlichenu milfanecha, kichlon kochenu, al tazvenu. Shema Kolenu, Shema Kolenu. Al tazvenu Adonai Eloheinu, al tirchak, al אל תרחק ממנו. יאי די 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 די, יאי די די די, יאי די 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 די, יאי די 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 די. Page 956. Eloheinu v'lehelvatenu v'imotenu, silach lanu, mechal lanu, kaper lanu, ki anu amecha v'ata Eloheinu, anu vanecha v'ata avinu, anu avadecha v'ata adonenu, anu kolecha v'ata chelkeinu, anu nachlatecha v'ata goralenu, anu tzonecha v'ata rohenu, anu charmecha v'ata notrenu, anu fulatecha v'ata yotzrenu, anu rayotecha v'ata dodenu, anu sigulatecha v'ata chrovenu, anu amecha v'ata malkeinu, anu mamirecha v'ata mamirenu. Page 960, and please rise. Ashamnu, bagadnu, gazalnu, dibarnu dofi, Hevinu, v'hirshanu, zadnu, hamasnu, tafalnu shaker, yatznu ra, kizavnu, vatznu, maradnu, niatznu, sararnu, avinu, pashanu, tsararnu, kishinu oref, rashanu, shichatnu, tiavnu, tainu, titanu.
I call up Jodine to offer version she wrote of some universal sins or missing of the marks.
We have been led astray. We have gone astray, and we have led others astray. We have given way to anger and groupthink. We have anchored our souls so firmly to the circumstances of our birth and upbringing that we have denied our common humanity. We have considered ourselves superior to our sisters and brothers of other races, ethnicities, nationalities, and religions. We have remained silent in the face of crimes committed in our name. We have remained silent when others have used words of Torah to justify such crimes. We kept silent when army forces enabled the massacre of the residents of 2 refugee camps. We kept silent when a young American peace activist was crushed by an armored bulldozer. We have remained silent while a defenseless population, penned up in a narrow strip by the sea, has been bombed repeatedly. We have remained silent as homes, neighborhoods, and whole villages have been demolished. We have remained silent while settlements have been relentlessly expanded so as to deprive those already living in the land of any hope of self-government. We remained silent while settlers destroyed olive trees and attacked farmers. We remained silent when a journalist, clearly identified as such, was shot dead by an army sniper. We remained silent when settlers carried out a pogrom, torching homes, businesses, and vehicles, leaving hundreds injured and 1 dead. We have demonized those who called out and deplored such crimes. We confess these sins before God, before each other, and before the world. It is up to us now to speak clearly against all such crimes and to oppose them forcefully. So be it. Amen.
Page 962. Al chet shechatan lefanecha b'imutz halev, v'al chet shechatan lefanecha b'vli da'at, al chet shechatan lefanecha b'galui uvasater, v'al chet shechatan lefanecha b'dad uv'mirma, al chet shechatan lefanecha b'har hor halev, v'al chet shechatan lefanecha b'vidat zinut, al chet shechatan lefanecha b'zadon v'shgaga, v'al chet shechatan lefanecha b'chozek yad, al chet shechatan lefanecha b'tifshut peh, v'al chet shechatan lefanecha b'yetzer hara, v'al kulam Eloha selichot, Salach lanu mechalanu kapelanu, al chet shechatan lefanecha b'chapat shochad, v'al chet shechatan lefanecha b'latzon, al chet shechatan lefanecha b'machol u'v'mishteh, v'al chet shechatan lefanecha b'neshech u'v'marbit, al chet shechatan lefanecha b'sikur ayin, v'al chet shechatan lefanecha b'einayim ramot, v'al kulam Eloha selichot, salach lanu mechalanu kapelanu, al chet shechatan lefanecha b'flilut, v'al chet shechatan lefanecha b'tzdiat re'ah, al chet shechatan lefanecha b'chashyut oref, v'al chet shechatan lefanecha b'ritzat raglayim lahara, al chet shechatan lefanecha b'sinat chinam, v'al chet shechatan lefanecha b'teshumet yad, v'al kulam Eloha selichot, salach lanu mechalanu kapelanu, v'al kulam Eloha selichot, salach lanu mechalanu, salach lanu mechalanu kapelanu. We'll use one mic. Hi. Mine, you're short. At this time of year, we spend a great deal of time thinking about mistakes that we have made in the past year. We get to recall some of the deeds we have done that have made us proud. For the mitzvah we have done when we held back a sharp and critical tongue.
For the mitzvah we have done when we gave a compliment and a hug.
For the mitzvah we have done when we gave charity to causes that needed our help.
For the mitzvah we have done when we helped strangers or friends in need.
For the mitzvah we have done for giving unconditional love.
For the mitzvah we have done when we put the needs of the community ahead of our individual needs.
For the mitzvah we have done when we thought well of ourselves in situations where we used to shame ourselves.
For the mitzvah we have done when we give loving attention to children.
For the mitzvah we have done when we took action for the sake of tikkun olam, the repair of the world.
For the mitzvah we have done when we opened our homes in hospitality to guests.
For the mitzvah we have done when we chose not to use products which harm the environment.
For the mitzvah we have done when we took action in the face of hopelessness.
For the mitzvah we have done when we acted or spoke out in the face of racism, sexism, and homophobia, and acted as an ally to those who face discrimination.
For the mitzvah we have done when we resisted addictive use of alcohol, drugs, food, or sex, and instead acted in loving and responsible ways towards our bodies.
V'al kulam Eloha selichot lach lanu mechal lanu kaper lanu. This is a very interesting machzor to use. Page 998. Sim, sim, sim shalom tova uvracha ba'olam. Sim, sim, sim shalom tova uvracha. Chen v'chesed v'rachamim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael amecha. Parchenu avinu kulanu ke'echad v'or panecha.
Sim shalom.
Sim shalom. Sim shalom tova uvracha ba'olam. Sim shalom tova uvracha. Ki ve'or panecha natata lanu Adonai Eloheinu Torat chayim ve'ahavat chesed u'tzedakah v'rachamim v'chayim v'shalom. Sim shalom. Sim shalom tova uvracha ba'olam. Sim shalom tova uvracha. V'tov b'necha levarech et amecha Yisrael v'et kol ha'amim b'rovos v'shalom. Sim shalom. Sim shalom tova uvracha ba'olam. Sim shalom tova uvracha. B'sefer chayim b'racha v'shalom u'farnasa tova. Nizacher v'nikatev lefanecha. Anachnu v'chol amecha beit Yisrael l'chaim tovim u'l'shalom. Uvechein, and then, when wholeness and peace are restored. Uvechein, and then, remembering what all life is for. In awe and afraid, taking stock of our days, healed by forgiveness and love, we pray a time will come as we return to the one, that we can become truly one. Uvechein, and then, when wholeness and peace are restored. Uvechein, and then, remembering what all life is for. When reverence for life is the prayer that unites all people as one family, remembering our light, a spark of the divine in ourselves and in all living beings. Then, just the sound of it gives wings to hope, lays fear to rest, to feel the open wings of possibility, and then imagine. Uvechein, and then, when wholeness and peace are restored. Uvechein, and then, remembering what all life is for.
Our Torah service begins on page 464. I call Judy Gerb up to carry our Torah, our vice president.
.464. Ein kamocha Elohim Adonai ve'en kemasecha malchutecha malchut kol olamim umemshaltecha bechol dor vador Adonai melech Adonai malach Adonai yimloch le'olam va'ed Adonai oz lamo yiten Adonai varech et amo v'shalom av harachamim heitiv avirtzonecha et Tzion Tivnei chomot Yerushalayim, Tivnei chomot Yerushalayim, Ki v'cha levad batachnu, Melech el ram v'nisa, Adon olamim. We rise. Vayehi ben Saharon vayomer Moshe, Kuma Adonai v'yafutzu oivecha, v'yanusu misanecha mipanecha, ki mitzion tetzei Torah, ki mitzion tetzei Torah, u'devar Adonai miYerushalayim, Baruch shenatan Torah, Torah, Baruch shenatan Torah, Torah, L'amo Yisrael, v'kedushato. Adonai, Adonai, Eloheinu v'chanu, erech ha'chayim v'rachesed v'emet, yotzer chesed v'avi, nozeh avot v'chesha v'chatav v'nachei, Adonai, Adonai, Eloheinu v'chanu, erech ha'chayim v'rachesed v'emet, notzer chesed v'avi, nozeh avot v'chesha v'chatav v'nachei, Adonai, Adonai, Eloheinu v'chanu, erech ha'chayim v'rachesed v'emet, notzer chesed v'avi, nozeh avot v'chesha v'chatav v'nachei. V'ani tefilati lecha Adonai, et ratzon Elohim birov chasedecha, anei, be'emet mishecha. Page 470. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai echad. Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh v'Norah Shemo. והנצח וההוד, כי כל בשמיים ובארץ, כי כל בשמיים ובארץ, לך אדוני הממלכה, ומי יתנשא לכל ראש, רוממו, רוממו, אדוני אלוהינו, והשתחוו, והשתחוו, מהדום רגליו קדוש הוא, רוממו, רוממו, אדוני אלוהינו, והשתחוו, והשתחוו להר קודשו, כי קדוש אדוני אלוהינו. Torah, 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 ציווה לנו משה. Torah, 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 ציווה לנו משה. Torah, 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 ציווה לנו משה. Torah, 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 ציווה לנו משה. מורשה קהילת יעקב, מורשה קהילת יעקב, מורשה קהילת יעקב, תורה ציווה לנו משה. I think we're practicing for Simchat Torah.
So do we remember that Aaron's sons, Nadav and Abihu, they just make this really quick decision to go into the Holy of Holies and offer an offering. And they did this out of love. Some say they were drunk, some say they were intoxicated on God. But this Aliyah is about God saying no. You can't just go into the Holy of Holies. You need the proper garments. You need to wash a certain way. You need to use specific animals. So this Aliyah is for anyone who wants the strength to go through the steps of preparation to meet a goal. So if that's you who needs the, patience and perseverance to get to your destination, please come up and receive this aliyah, this blessing from this Torah portion. Yes, we can do it. Go on this side. Oh, really? I practiced till here. So I'll just go up to there.
No, you're right. Yeah, to here, to Beethoven.
Baruch et Adonai HaMevorach, Baruch Adonai HaMevorach le'olam va'ed, Baruch Adonai HaMevorach le'olam va'ed, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kirvanu le'avodato, v'natan lanu et torato, Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Amen. Amen. Vayidaber Adonai el Moshe. אחרי מות שני בני אהרון, בקורבותם לפני אדוני וימותו. ויאמר אדוני אל משה דיבר אל אהרון אחיך, ואל יבוא בכל עת ואל הקודש מבית לפרוכת אל פני הפרוכת אשר על הארון ולא ימות. כי בעגון בענן אראה אל הכפורת, בזאת יבוא אהרון אל הקודש בפר בן בקר לחטאת, ואיל לעולה כתונת לעולה כתונת בד קודש לבוש, ומכנסי בד יהיו על בשרו, ובאבנת בד יחגור, ובמצנפת בד יצנוף בגדי קודש הם, ורחץ במים את בשרו ולבשם, ומעט עדת בני ישראל, ויקח בני שערי עזים, לחטאת ואיל אחד לעולה, והקריב אהרון את פר החטאת אשר לא יכפר בעדו ובעד ביתו. Here we go, let's finish this one. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torat emet, v'chayei olam natan b'tokeinu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah, misheberach avotenu v'imotenu. May the one who blessed our ancestors bless each of you for the courage to come up and admit that you want the patience to take your time, to take it slowly, and to reach your goal with poise and patience, and for it to come in the right time. This is about divine timing and trusting that timing is right for you to reach your goal. And may it be so in the coming year. Amen.
Amen. So the second aliyah is, if you thought that one was strange, this one's really strange. In fact, the rabbis just don't even know what to make out of this. Aaron is instructed, and specifically Aaron. It doesn't say the Kohen Gadol, it says Aaron, right? So this was a custom that Aaron started, and they just kept doing it. But it didn't say Kohen Gadol, it says Aaron. So even though he was long gone, they kept doing this custom. And the custom was to take 2 goats and to bring them into the sanctuary, and then Aaron would have lots, one for each goat. And one lot said for Yod-Heh Vav-Heh, and the other one said for Azazel. Yeah. And, centuries have gone by trying to figure out who the Azazel is, or what the Azazel is, or where. Well, we know where it is. We know where either the place or the person or the demon or the alternate God or the who knows what is. It in the wilderness.
The one for Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh was slaughtered, and the one for Azazel was sent away. Let loose.
I can see a Monty Python one, right? I want to go to Azazel. Right? So, I mean, and because it's, because this is an aliyah that has to do with this very strange notion, and because it has to do with putting our own acts and our own hopes and our own desires and our own wishes onto something else, it's hard to call people up for that unless they are really leaders. And so this aliyah is for two particular people in our community on whom we cast our hopes and our dreams, and in whom we place our trust to guide us through the year. And
Azazel.
it could be. You never know what's going to come. You never know what's going to come. So, na la'amod, na la'amod, na la'amod, harav emuna charutza bat sviv chana, v'hachazan Gedalia ben Chaim v'chaya.
Which one do you want? I'll take killed to God, and you take other way around. Okay. That is so funny. It's what we got. Thank you.
There are lots said to the one who was made to stand before Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. And that's what so it says in the translation, goats. In Hebrew, goats are se'irim. This is also se'ir. Hair is se'ir, right? So se'irim are just hairy ones.
That's what we are.
At one time,
So the note says to the ones that were made to stand before Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh. And you have to read the other side as well.
yes, the other side.
Aww. We love you.
So I'm not going to translate this, but I can tell you if I were to translate it, it would be very different than the translation that you have in your books. There's a lot of ambiguity in this reading. And so if you want to come and talk to me during the break and say, how would you translate this? I'd be happy to talk with you about it. So we are, you stop beito is v'lakach. Baruch Adonai Havarach Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Habarach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam. Asher kirvanu le'avodato v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Atah Havaya Noten HaTorah.
Amen. ולקח את שני הסירים והעמיד אותם לפני יוד-ה' פתח אוהל מועד ונתן אהרון על שני הסירים גורלות גורל אחד ליהודי ו"ה, וגורל אחד לעזאזל. והקריב אהרון את שעיר אשר עלה עליו, הגורל ליהודי ו"ה, ועשהו חטאת. והשעיר אשר עלה עליו, הגורל לעזאזל, יאמר חי, לפני יהודי ו"ה, לכפר עליו, לשלח אותו לעזאזל המדבר. שוב. Go to the midbar. I lost my place. המערה והקריב. והקריב אהרון את פר החטאת אשר לו, וכיפר בעדו ובעד ביתו, ושחט את פר החטאת אשר לו, אשר לו.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torat emet, v'chayei olam natan b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. משברך אבותינו ואמותינו, אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, שרה, רבקה, רחל ולאה, הוא יברך את המנחילים, our leaders, סעירים, our hairy leaders. I completely forgot what I was going to say. I want to bless you that everyone here gives you support, gives you courage, looks on you with kindness and love in their hearts, Tiferet. May they be patient with you as you are patient with them. May all of us be led in creativity. And may the indwelling presence of God rest over you, and through you rest over us. V'nomar, Amen.
This final aliyah has to do also with our haftarah, which will be, our Reverend Todd is here and Doug Colbert. And it's about, well, in this moment in the Torah, the Kohen Gadol enters the Holy of Holies. It is the moment of going inside the most sacred, palpably alive with God and presence experience ever, the whole year in all of life. And he does a prayer on behalf of all of Israel from that place. And so everything he does in that space, sprinkling blood, everything, is beyond himself, is in service. He enacts a healing for the people. So this aliyah is about the innermost feelings in your heart of service, on behalf of your visions for the world. So anybody who has la'amod, ya'amod, anyone who has a really important vision for the world and its healing, for that is beyond yourself, and you want to reach the song of the universe beyond yourself, please rise and come up to be blessed for this aliyah. admit that you have real
Mark?
If you don't claim it, then it makes it even harder to come true.
Aw,
Right?
they could be claiming it in their hearts.
People can claim it in their hearts.
Because I
but-
know everyone in this community really does have a sacred vision inside your heart for the healing and the betterment of the world. So we bless that too, and these are your representatives. Come on up.
I'm gonna wait 1 second.
One second. Baruch hu et Adonai habarach.
Baruch Adonai Habarach le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai habarach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Asher kirvanu lavodato v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Melekach melo machtagach aleish me'al hamizbeach melefnei yurei vavhei umelo chafnav ketoret samim daka vehevi mibeit la parochet v'natan et ketoret al ha'esh lifnei yurei vavhei v'chisa anan hakatoret et hakaporet asher al hedut v'lo yamut v'lakach midam hapar v'hiza be'etzba'o al panei hakaporet kadma v'lifnei hakaporet Yazeh shiva pa'amim min adam be'etzba'o v'shachat et ha'sa'ir ha'chatat asher la'aham v'hevi et damo el mibeit la'parochet v'yasa et damo kasher asa l'dam ha'par v'yiza ito al ha'kaporet v'lifnei ha'kaporet V'kiper al hakodesh mitum'at b'nei Yisrael u'mipishatem l'chochatotam v'chen ya'aseh la'ohel mo'ed ha'shochen itam b'toch tumatam v'chol adam lo yi'el ba'ohel mo'ed b'va'o l'chaper b'kodesh ad seito V'chiper be'ado, uva'ad beito, uva'ad kol kahal Yisrael. Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Do you want to translate it? No, they can look at it in the book.
They can see it. I trust that translation you can't mess up.
Okay,
So I trust what it says in the book.
okay. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam natan b'tocheinu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Yishebeirach Avotenu v'imotenu. May the one who blessed our ancestors, the sacred one of blessing who wants goodness for the world, bless you. The prayers in your heart come directly from the Holy One, and may they just radiate out into the world with ease, with splendor, with glory, and come to be. Amen.
Amen. Yasher koach, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us up here.
Thank you, Rabbi. Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna go to, we'll take notes. Don't take notes, then take it back.
Doing Haggadah?
Oh, right, you can do it. Yes. You're really good at it.
I need to share. Any chair will do. So we're going to raise the Torah now, which means everybody gets to rise. That's perfect. That's perfect.
After all the talk of non-identity and service, it's important to state the identity on this one level of Doug Colbert. I call him up to read our Haftarah, Isaiah. He teaches at Maryland Law School. His writings and scholarship focuses on human rights and ethics. You can go up to Cantor George Spot. He describes ethics as a lawyer's professional responsibility to enhance justice for the poor and lower income community. After graduating, Doug devoted 11 years representing poor people in New York City. His intention as a teacher is to do his best to inspire law students and to dedicate themselves to becoming people lawyers and serving community. Doug, thank you so much for reading us our Haftarah today of Isaiah. It's a meaningful piece for Doug, and it can be found, and for all of us, and can be found on page 569.
Well, thank you for this honor, Rabbi, and it's really a pleasure to read. I'm going to begin reading from the last paragraph on page 569. Cry from the throat, do not relent. Raise up your voices like a shofar. Tell my people their transgression, the house of Jacob, their mistakes. For they seek me out day by day. They yearn for knowledge of my way, like a people righteous in their deeds, who have not left behind the justice of their God. They ask of me the laws of righteousness. They yearn for nearness to their God. Why, when we fasted, did you not see it? Our souls we have afflicted. Do you not know? Behold, while you are fasting, you engage in business, and your workers you continue to oppress. Behold, you fast in strife and quarreling, and with a meanly clenched fist you strike. Today you do not fast in such a way as to make your voice heard on high. Is this the kind of fast I delight in? A fast merely to deprive one's body? Is it bowing the head like the willows or reclining in sackcloth and ash? Do you call that a fast, a day in which the Holy One delights? Is not the fast that I desire the unlocking of the chains of wickedness, the loosening of exploitation, the freeing of all those oppressed, the breaking of the yoke of servitude? Is it not the sharing of your bread with those who starve, the bringing of the wretched poor into your house, or clothing someone you see who is naked, and not hiding from your kin in their need? Then shall your light burst forth like the dawn, your waters of healing soon flourish again. Your righteousness will travel before you, and the glory of the Almighty will encompass you. Then will you call, and the Eternal One will answer. You will cry out, and God will respond, "Here am I." If you banish oppression from your midst, the menacing hand and tainted speech, if you give of yourself to the hungry, fulfilling the needs of the poor, then shall your light shine in darkness, and your darkness shall be like the noon. The righteous one will guide you always, will satisfy your thirst in desert wastes, will give your bones new life, and you'll be like a well-watered garden, like a spring whose waters do not fail. And those among you will rebuild ancient ruins, foundations long dormant you'll restore. You shall be called the repairer of bridges, the restorer of settlement roads. If you refrain from trampling the Sabbath, from doing your business on my holy day, if you call the Sabbath your delight and honor the Creator's holy day, then shall you take pleasure in God everlasting, and I shall convey you on high and feed you with Jacob's inheritance, for the mouth of the Eternal One has spoken.
Doug, don't go anywhere. I want to have a bit of a conversation with you and hear some of your thoughts, because you read this with so much meaning and you read it every year. And I know how much it means to you in your life, your work, the way you live. You really live by this Torah portion, this Haftarah from Isaiah. And I'd like for Doug to share a little bit what's in his heart behind that. And so I'm going to lift up one of the verses you read. It's a little long, but I think it really encapsulates, kind of what you do and who you are in some ways. So it says, "Today you do not fast in such a way as to make your voice heard on high. Is this the kind of fast I delight in, a fast merely to deprive one's body? Do you call that a fast, the day on which the Holy One delights? Is not the fast I desire unlocking the chains of wickedness, the loosening of exploitation, the freeing of all those oppressed? Is not the sharing of your bread with those who starve, the bringing of the wretched poor into your house, or clothing someone who you see is naked, and not hiding from your kin in their need?" Will you enlighten us, Doug, about why this touches you so much?
Well, it touches me, but it touches so many people here who are doing so many good things to make this a better world, because that truly is the meaning of Yom Kippur, to make it a world and a community where people have enough food to eat, where people have a home and a roof over their heads, where they have sufficient clothing in all the seasons of the year, where the air they breathe is clean and the water they drink is pure. So often, Rabbi, we are all challenged on Yom Kippur, a personal challenge to be able to fast for 24 or 25 hours, often without having liquid. And that's a healthy thing to do, in my view, because it allows us to really experience what people have to experience every day. But it also means that we're able to look at Yom Kippur in the eyes of the other, of really connecting with other people and seeing how we can serve, how we can be bringing something more to their lives. That to me is why I read this with such passion, because it's really about giving and doing and how much we learn and get back from that.
Thank you, Doug. So I'm going to lift up another verse. Why, when we fasted, the people asked God, did you not see it? Our souls we have afflicted, did you not know? So they're asking God. And then God answers, behold, while you are fasting, you engage in business, and your workers you continue to oppress. What do you feel this is? How does this speak to you?
You know, this is a day when we should be reflecting. We should not be, doing the work that needs to be done. That can wait a few hours. And we should be reflecting on the people who serve us, who provide for us. Of course, our loved ones, but also, the people who are in the grocery stores, the people who are maybe tending to our house or our gardens, or the people who are giving and making our lives so much easier. So the notion of oppressing workers, we should be appreciating those who are able to help us. And by doing that, I think we are living the words of Isaiah. We really are getting much closer to not just thinking about ourselves, but trying to bring more joy, more happiness to other people. And so that's really the way I'm looking at those words.
Thank you. And what about these? You didn't read this part, but we spoke about it. As for the downtrodden and destitute, I shall revive the spirit of the lowly, and the heart of the depressed I will restore. I will create the breath of life. Now, that's coming from a place of God saying, I will do, right? Or how do you read this? That you will just restore the breath of life.
Restoring the breath of life, looking at the downtrodden, so that when we pass people on the street who are on the corner, who are homeless, don't look away from the people, say good morning, say hello. They're a very important part of our community, and so many actually are former veterans who fought in wars and came back with addictions and came back with other illnesses. And so that's just one example of including people, not being afraid to reach out. And there are many folks here who are doing just that in their lives. They are serving those who others have kind of written off. I spend a lot of my time in the jails of the city, and just the thought of locking people up in cages while they're waiting for a trial. They have not even had a trial, have not been convicted, found guilty, but they're going to spend a lot of time inside these cages, during which time they're going to lose much of what they have, and their conditions are going to worsen. So I think we have it within our power, within ourselves, to be doing many more good things. At the end of the day, we should ask ourselves, What have I done today to make this world a better place?
Thank you, Doug. And Doug and I have also talked about, don't go yet, like Doug may be leading a monthly online group to talk about your gratitude at the end of the day, like a nightly group. And I think that would be really fun. So one last thing, Doug, do you feel that this piece is a hopeful piece?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just reading it and experiencing it, I mean, every time I do it, I feel, not just moved, but it's recommitting myself and others. It's very inspirational to me. And to think that this is a message that's coming from above, whatever our relationship is to our spiritual being, it tells us that we're on the right path towards a much more righteous life.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much.
We're going to sing Truth and Life again that we began our service with below the line, I think it is, on page, sorry. 160, I believe. The cantor says it's 160.
190, sorry.
It's 190.
I get my 6s and 9s.
I have to get some stuff together.
From the cowardice that shrinks from new truth, from the laziness that is content with half-truths, from the arrogance that thinks it knows all truth, O God of truth, deliver us from the cowardice that shrinks from new truth, from the laziness that is content with half-truths, from the arrogance that thinks it knows all truth. O God of truth, deliver us. We must do justly and love mercy, and walk humbly with our God. Do justly and love mercy, and walk humbly with our God. We must do justly and love mercy, and we'll walk humbly with our God. Do justly and love mercy, and walk humbly with our God.
Thank you, Dr. S. Todd Yeary, one of Doug's most beloved students, most respected students. He serves as the senior pastor at Douglas Memorial Community Church and is an adjunct professor in the College of Public Affairs at the University of Baltimore. And I have been so blessed to go to Dr. Yeary's services a few times at Douglas Memorial. On the first Sunday of the month they are, and to hear him speak is such a pleasure, and really enlivening. His message is clear and powerful, and so we are so lucky he is here today. In the 3 short years he graduated in 2020, and Reverend Todd has become one of the most prominent civil rights attorneys of the day. He represents victims of police brutality in Atlanta, Chicago, and New York, and Maryland, and speaks for others whose constitutional rights have been violated. Thank you so much for being here, Reverend.
don't know if you want to tell me the whole stage is mine. I'm not sure that's wise. Well, good day to all of you. One, let me start by expressing my thanks for the great privilege of sharing with you on this holy day. As I'm considering where it falls within the trajectory of my own life, it is a great early birthday present, as tomorrow is my birthday, so I feel pretty blessed to be able to share with you. Let me also thank you, Rabbi Emily, for your blessing and for your friendship and for your encouragement, and certainly I have to acknowledge Dean Donald Tobin. He's no longer the active dean of the law school, but he was certainly the one that was kind of the gatekeeper who watched over me for my period of matriculation at Maryland Law. I ended up in law school because your faithful colleague and congregant, Doug Colbert, got me in trouble. I was having a conversation. It was actually a conversation about justice. And in the course of our doing some work together, advocating for justice here in the state of Maryland, a crazy idea popped into his head and resonated in my heart that I should, in my own midlife crisis, decide that I wanted to go to law school at night while pastoring. And having the opportunity to sit in his classroom and to learn from him, what you hear from him here is actually what many students, many of us have heard from him in the halls of Cary Law School. As we were listening to the readings and considering what is the meaning of this day, the notion that we could go through routine, rudimentary, disconnected motions of ritual and not incorporate what we say into what we do and how we live is the ultimate failure, I think, we see, particularly from some of the traditions that claim an affinity to longing to be connected with God, to separate the two. As I was reading the comments that are in our study this morning, I think is the ultimate demonstration of insincerity. If we want to be connected to God, connected with God, we must be concerned about those things that concern God. I heard, as we were just singing, the prophet Micah. Who can miss that admonition? What does God require of us after we have convened together and sung together and prayed together, but to go back into a world that is unjust and do justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with our God? I didn't realize what I was getting myself into listening to Doug Colbert. But I think I found actually an interesting, Rabbi Emily, extension of my work as a pastor, that what I say on Sunday now must be embodied on Monday. And so this longing, this zeal to enter into the presence of a God who is so mysterious that the more we think we know, the more we realize we do not know, which keeps us ever searching. The way we find confirmation is in moments like these. We really do need each other. And if we don't hold on to each other, all of our efforts to demonstrate our longing for the presence of God fall short. Here, if this were a moment, one, let me suggest to you the two things that you do not do with a preacher from the African American church tradition is give him an open mic and a congregation. And since I know I'm on time, let me just kind of leave this here and to say again, thank you. Will you just look at someone in your vicinity and say, I need you? Just look at them. Just say, I need you. Tell them. Tell them, I need you. I cannot do what I am tasked to do without you. You cannot do what you are tasked to do without me. And if we are going to enjoy being in the presence of a wonderfully mysterious and all-knowing God, we got to do it together. And in this day and time, with all of this separation and division, we got to figure out how to have more moments like these. Outside these walls, beyond these doors, is a world that's hurting. Not just from the effects of injustice. You heard Professor Colbert talk about the criminal legal system. It's not really the criminal justice system. We still trying to get justice there. When you can do time without conviction, you can find yourself incarcerated because you have no money. When you can find yourself isolated because no one responds to your cries for help. Or you can be in the comfort of your own reality and be so disconnected from the opportunity that God is giving to us in this moment to actually be about the business of God. I think we find ourselves in a most miserable state. Our call when we leave this place, and let me thank you, I'm telling you, September 25th will always mean something because you all have given me permission and prayer to go out and do the work of creating the world that I imagine in my dreams and I've read about in the appeals from Scripture. But I also take you with me when I go into the courtrooms and the hearing rooms across the country where laws are passed and enforced against the interest of God's people. And to recognize the conversation, Rabbi, about the two goats. This is a day in the Christian tradition we often identify it as the Day of Atonement. The day when the breach in the relationship between God and God's people because of the people's indifference to injustice has to be repaired. Someone must pay the price and give their life completely, and the other must be willing to accept the blame. So I go with that assignment seriously and prayerfully and humbly and gratefully, and I say to you, I need you. Otherwise, I will not be able to find the connection with God that my soul longs for. Thank you for being community. Thank you for being committed. Thank you for being praying people. Pray for me as I pray for you. And Rabbi Emily, thank you for giving me an open mic and a loving congregation to share with on this day. I pray the full blessings of a God so mysterious until he could orchestrate this moment without our awareness. To that God, I pray that God will bless you and keep you until we come together again. Thank you.
we turn our prayer to one of healing, which really is what we've been talking about this whole time, right? So we're praying for healing for people, for the systems of this world, for the earth. Please say the names of those you are praying for healing at this time. Bruce. We hear these names, we bring them together, we lift them up in our prayer for healing.
Mi shebeirach avotenu mikor habracha limotenu. May the source of strength, who blessed the ones before us, help us find the courage to make our lives a blessing, and let us say, Amen. Mi shebeirach imotenu mikor habracha avotenu. Bless those in need of healing with refuah shlema, the renewal of body, the renewal of spirit, and let us say, Amen.
The returning of our Torah service, the returning of the Torah is on page 606. Our Yizkor service is going to probably be closer to 1:30, Reb Tova. Oh, sorry.
And if everyone would please rise.
We invite Alan up. Is that okay, Cantor George? We invite Alan up for his presidential message. Alan Silver.
Before I get started, I did want to thank Emily for not putting me immediately after Reverend Todd. Okay. First off, I wanted to inform everyone this speech was not created by artificial intelligence. I did try it, not so good. For the record, I am not a public speaker. Since this is, however, Yom Kippur, I wanted to find the first biblical person who indicated that they were not a good public speaker. That was actually answered in Exodus chapter 4, verse 10. That person was Moses. Please don't put it in the newsletter that I compared myself with Moses. On a more serious note, I would like to thank the board for their support and engagement. I'd also like to thank Emily and George for their leadership. Now I'd like to give a little state of the congregation, which is our goal is to create spiritual wellness within with the tool of community. We have in no particular order. We have interactive weekly services, very interactive. Interactive and collaborative high holiday services, leadership meetings, intergenerational programs, bar mitzvah programs and bar mitzvahs, a Nagoon circle, spiritual wellness sessions, interaction with CHC, which is where we are right now, potluck after Shabbat services. For some reason, food seems to be a good draw. Interaction with the associated, interaction with Towson, Hillel, and more. Over the high holidays, we talk about redemption or returning. I find the best way to remember something is through a story. So this particular story is in actuality true. Since it is Yom Kippur, let's talk about cheesesteaks. No, seriously, a boy named Frank was from Southside Philly. At age 14, he was recruited and became a neo-Nazi skinhead. He was in jail by age 17 and was released when he was 19. The only job available to him when he was released from prison was moving antique furniture from people's homes to the company store. Frank was told that the owner of the company was a Jewish man named Keith, an important name. Frank had no other options as he still had a swastika tattoo on his neck, no car, and no references on his resume. You can imagine the resume. Keith was told that Frank had been jailed and he was and is still a neo-Nazi skinhead. Frank was driven to work by Keith every day. Towards the end of the first week working for Keith, Frank accidentally dropped and broke an expensive antique that Keith had just purchased. He kept repeating on the car ride home that he was an idiot. Keith said, "You're not an idiot. You're actually very street smart, and stop beating yourself up." Frank assumed that he would either be fired or would have the damages deducted from his pay because Keith was Jewish. Keith dropped Frank off on Friday with no reduction in his pay, and he said, "I'll see you on Monday." That was Frank's aha moment. Frank now indicates that Keith's loving kindness and empathy changed his life. Frank disavowed everything that the skinheads believed in. Frank is actually now a frequent speaker for the Anti-Defamation League. Keith was not trying to change Frank's life, but he did. One person can make a difference. Furthermore, one community can make a difference. It is important for me when I carried the Torah through the sanctuary on Rosh Hashanah that everyone that wanted to touch the Torah had that opportunity. Our Emily encouraged me by pointing out people that I had inadvertently omitted. The point is that our rabbi supported this effort for inclusion and community. It was not planned, it just happened. When I returned to allow people that I omitted the first time to touch the Torah, I saw tears in their eyes. One person can make a difference. One community can make a difference. I really like this quote from Marian Edelman, who is the founder of Children's Defense Fund, a strong voice for children and families. And I'm going to repeat it because to me it's very meaningful. We must not, in trying to think about how we can make a big difference, ignore the small daily differences we can make, which over time add to big differences that we often cannot foresee. I'm going to repeat that. We must not, in trying to think about how we can make a big difference, ignore the small daily differences which we can make, which over time add up to big differences that we often cannot foresee. That's what Doug was talking about. That's what Todd was talking about. Saying hello, not marginalizing people. Our community's magic power in assisting people who feel disconnected or isolated. We have an exceptional leader in this mission, Emily, who is an ordained spiritual director, or she likes to be called spiritual guide. Emily is perfect for this vision as she meets people where they are. She is non-judgmental, empathetic, and she listens actively. To see if we have any good researchers, I'm offering 3 Amazon gift cards after the holidays. The first person to answer correctly gets a $50 gift card, second $25, and the third $18. I want the answer emailed to president@kohelevmd.org, but I want the last name of Keith and anything additional you learned in your research. Also, this is not coming from KHL funds. Winston Churchill said, "We make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give." In conclusion, my ask is to raise $25,000. KHL supporters have met this goal every year since 2016, excluding COVID. In fact, when we moved, we received over 2 times this goal amount. The $25,000 will enable us to pay additional monies so that we can have more access to our incredibly talented rabbi and other people who are assisting in accomplishing our goals. Please help any way that you can. In fact, I do not believe in giving until it hurts. I believe in giving until it feels good. Thank you all. Gamar Khatima Tova.
Thank you, Alan. Well, a lot has been named that is upon us. Page 1202. And on that day, the world will be seen as one. Bayom hahu yeyeh Adonai echad. Please rise.
Aleinu l'shabeach l'Adon hakol, l'teit gedula le'otzeh b'reishit, שנתן לנו תורת אמת, וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו, ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים, הקדוש ברוך הוא, שהוא נוטה שמיים ויוסד ארץ, ומושב יקרו בשמיים ממעל, ושכינתו זו בגובהי מרומים. הוא אלוהינו אין עוד, אמת מלכנו אפס זולתו, ככתוב בתורתו. וידעת היום והשב אותה אל לבביך, כי אדוני הוא האלוהים בשמיים ממעל, ועל הארץ מתחת אין עוד. ככתוב בתורתך, אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד, ונאמר, והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד, ושמו אחד.
So Rabbi Layla Galberner, one of my teachers, she said to her congregation on the high holidays, you know, if each one of you agreed to come to shul once during the year, we'd never be without a minyan. That means that we'd always have 10 people. And the congregation said, but why is a minyan so important? And Rabbi Berner said, well, according to Jewish teachings, a community is needed for a person who is grieving to say Kaddish. And the community said, but why does it matter if you have 9 people and not 10 people? And Rabbi Berner said, but it's not the number a symbol of the support of the community? And the community said, yeah, but we don't want anyone to tell us we have to come to synagogue. So we will have Yizkor immediately following this service. And there's a story throughout our tradition that, like, you can only go to Yizkor if you've lost somebody. But that is not how we do it here. Reb Tova and Helene have planned a ritual to honor somebody that has been lost in your life. And it's also a chance to be a support for other communities members who have lost someone. So please stay to support each other. And now we will say Kaddish on page 1216. Is anybody in their first year of mourning? You can please rise. Just know we're here for you. Is anyone observing a yard site? Please rise. A year anniversary of a loved one's passing. We're here for you. And our community rises together in support for each other as we recite the Mourner's Kaddish, page 1216. Yit Gadal v'yit Kadash Shemei Rabbah. Ve'almad yivrach yirutei ve'amlich malchutei. V'hayachon u'vyomechon u'v'chayei d'kol Beit Yisrael ba'agala u'vizman kariv v'imru.
Amen. Yehei Shemei Rabbah Mevarach Le'olam V'Almei Almaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh v'yithadar v'yitalev v'yitalal Shemei Dekudusha B'richu Le'ela Le'ela Min Kol Birchata V'Shirata Tushbechata V'Nechamata Damiran Be'alma V'imru. Yehei Shlama Rabba Min Shemaya V'chaim Aleinu V'al Kol Yisrael V'imru. Amen.
Oseh shalom bimromav. Hu ya'aseh shalom. Aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'al kol yoshvei tevel v'imru. Amen. At this time, we're coming to a close of our service, but Achat Sha'alti, Psalm 27, is a prayer traditionally said at this time, and so I invite Rabbi Jackie to tell us a reflection. She's been leading a group for a month about this one psalm, and so she has much to share about it.
So today, right now, will be the last time Rabbi Emily had asked me to give a reflection in each of our services. And then this afternoon, our healing service is actually going to be a reflection of what our gathering has been doing every single night for the last 40 nights. And we will continue. So today, at-one-ment is what we've been building up to. Today is the Day of Atonement, a day when those of us who have failed at repentance may cast ourselves upon God's mercy and ask God to act for us. Today is the happiest day of the year. Why? Because today is the day of truth-telling and asking God that God offer kapara, atonement, a cleansing of the slate and an opportunity to begin again, even when we haven't been able to take the steps necessary to untangle the tangles in our lives. Today it's time for turning as we return to the truth. And one of the most amazing things in our nightly gathering is that the Spirit of life, God, speaks through each one of us for all of us, and I'm bringing a message from one of us from that experience, and it's called Time for Turning. All year long, I'm forward facing, by the clock time, rapid pacing, soul sludge, inner light effacing. In my heart was anger burning, but now, this day, it's time for turning. Summer's slipped into the fall. I can hear the wild geese call. The dark within, I release it all. As day by day, I'm always learning, but now, this day, it's time for turning. Like sunflowers turn to face the light, so I seek your face with all my might. This new year, will I get it right? Space in your palace may I be earning. For now, this day, it's time for turning. Your face, Yah, I seek. Achat Sha'alti, page 1218.
Achat Sha'alti met Adonai otavakesh. Achat Sha'alti met Adonai otavakesh. Shivti
I dress in what I cherish. What I am inside will be my outside. I wear my truth. Can we say that? I wear my truth. We have many things coming up over this next week and over this next day. On the happiest day of the year, we'll be dressing in our truths, and we have our Yizkor service starting soon, maybe 10 minutes. Is that good, Reb Tova? 10 minutes. It's right now 1. So we're following that with the book of Jonah, Cantor George teaching, Rick Righteous leading a discussion. We have Betsy Wexler's meditation on tshuva and what is it called? I don't know. But Betsy will lead a beautiful meditation about the butterfly and becoming our true selves. Metamorphosis, thank you. And we have a healing service led by Rabbi Jackie, and then we end the evening with Havdalah and the Ne'ilah service, where we stand at the gates as they're said to be closing for the day. And it's a very powerful service with a shofar blast. And then we have our break fast at 7:45 or before, depending on when we end. And if you have any questions about the break fast, please see Claudia, Belag, or Elena. Elena, will you stand? Or Ricky. Or you can see Ricky about the break fast. Okay. And then we have amazing Sukkot activities coming up after that. So I hope you'll join us for some of them. The Associate is coming. We have Shabbat in the Sukkah at 429 East Lake Avenue is our Sukkah. Thank you, Rabbi Stephen and Linda. And we have an interfaith potluck with the Church of the Holy Comforter, this church. And so just tons of stuff. This is the paper. It's outside, and it has everything you'll need to know. So we have a beautiful community, a thriving community that has many goals and desires, and let's live our lives and do it, guys. Shana Tova.
We're going to do our nigun? Oh,
Hayom Nigun. Stephen.
Let's do,
Rabbi Stephen, Hayom Nigun.
the one in here?
Why?
Page 1222 to finish up here. Hayom tamseinu, Hayom tevarchenu, Hayom tegadleinu, Amen. Hayom tidrashenu letova, Amen, Amen. Hayom tichtevenu lechayim tovim, Amen. Hayom tishma shavatenu, Amen, Amen. Hayom tikabel berachamim uratzon et tefilatenu, Amen. Hayom titmechenu bimin tzidkecha, Amen, 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 Amen. Hayom timcho v'tislach l'chol avonotenu, Amen.
Please stay for our Yizkor service after a short break.
no, nothing to be sorry about. It's better. It's perfect. Better to think that it's going to go too long than to be pedaling fast.
She wants a hug. I'm another one.
Dear friends, if you would please, how's that? If you would please take your seats, we're about to begin the Yizkor service.
That one's a lot hotter than this one is. You may well feel like that, yes.
I had my own notion of grief. I thought it was a sad time. No. Tell me where you want me.
Right there.
Right there. How's that? Does that work?
Now just speak up.
Okay. I had my own notion of grief. I thought it was the sad time that followed the death of someone you love, and you had to push through it to get to the other side. But I'm learning there is no other side. There is no push through, but rather there is absorption, adjustment, acceptance. And grief is not something you complete, but rather you endure. Grief is not a task to finish and move on, but an element of yourself, an alteration of your being, a new way of seeing, a new definition of self. Cantor George, if you would turn to page 1007 in your prayer books.
Yeah.
Turn.
You need to move it a little bit closer.
Pull the mic closer.
Please turn in your prayer books to page 1007. What? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. The choir had something that they wanted to start with?
Oh, yeah, there was a song. We're going to take this, we'll bring it back.
Okay.
It's okay. I don't know.
Enosh kikatzir yama kutzit asade kenyatzit ki ruach avrabo veinenu v'lo yakireinu od mikomo v'chesed Adonai me'olam ve'ad olam v'chesed Adonai al yireav v'tzikato livnei vanim Enosh kichatzir yamav kutzit asade kenyatzit Enosh Page 1007. Adonai madam v'tedaehu.
Almighty One, what are human beings? Did you take note of them?
Ben enosh v'tichashvehu.
The children of humanity, that you should think of.
Adam lahevel dama.
A human being is like a momentary breeze.
Yamav ketzel over.
A person's days are but a passing shadow.
Baboker yatzitz v'chalaf.
At dawn, life blossoms and renews itself.
La'erev yamolel v'yavesh.
At dusk, it withers and dries up.
Tashev enosh adaka.
You return a person unto dust.
Vatomer shuvu v'nei adam.
You say, return, O children of humanity. Turn to page 1030. We remember them. In the rising of the sun and in its going down, we remember them. In the blowing of the wind and in the chill of winter,
we remember them.
we remember them. In the opening of the buds and in the rebirth of spring, we remember them. In the blueness of the sky and in the warmth of summer, we remember them. In the rustling of leaves and in the beauty of autumn, we remember them. In the beginning of the year and when it ends, we remember them. When we are weary and in need of strength, we remember them. When we are lost and sick at heart, we remember them. When we have joys we yearn to share, we remember them. So long as we live, they too shall live, for they are now a part of us as we remember them.
And if you turn in your prayer books to 1009, you can read along with me. Each of us has a name given by God and given by our parents. Each of us has a name given by our stature and our smile, and given by what we wear. Each of us has a name given by the mountains and given by our walls. Each of us has a name given by the stars and given by our neighbors. Each of us has a name given by our sins and given by our longing. Each of us has a name given by our love
and given by our love.
Each of us has a name given by our celebrations and given by our work. Each of us has a name given by the seasons and given by our blindness. Each of us has a name given by the sea and given by our death.
I've passed out some readings. The one who has In Lieu of Flowers, would you come forward and start with that? If it's Rita.
In Lieu of Flowers by Shauna LeMay. A few years ago, I read a friend's father's obituary on Facebook. His father had requested, in lieu of flowers, please take a friend or loved one out to lunch. Although I love flowers very much, I won't see them when I'm gone. So in lieu of flowers, buy a book of poetry written by someone still alive. Sit outside with a cup of tea, a glass of wine, and read it out loud by yourself or to someone or silently. Spend some time with a single flower, a rose maybe. Smell it, touch the petals, really look at it. Drink a nice bottle of wine with someone you love, or champagne. And think of what John Maynard Keynes said, "My only regret in life is that I did not drink more champagne." Or what Dom Perignon said when he first tasted the stuff, "Come quickly, I am tasting stars." Take out a paint set and lay down some colors. Watch birds. Common sparrows are fine, pigeons too. Geese are nice, robins. In lieu of flowers, walk in the trees and watch the light fall into it. Eat an apple, a really nice big one. I hope it's crisp. Have a long soak in the bathtub with candles, maybe some rose petals. Sit on the front stoop and watch the clouds. Have a dish of strawberry ice cream in my name. If it's winter, have a cup of hot chocolate outside for me. If it's summer, a big glass of ice water. If it's autumn, collect some leaves and press them in a book you love. I'd like that. Sit and look out a window and write down what you see. Write some other things down. In lieu of flowers, I would wish for you to flower. I would wish for you to blossom, to open, to be beautiful.
The next reading is from Ecclesiastes. Alan?
To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to get and a time to lose, a time to keep and a time to cast away, a time to rend and a time to sow, a time to keep silence and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, and a time of war and a time of peace.
And the next piece is one of my favorites. It's from Winnie the Pooh.
It occurred to Pooh and Piglet that they hadn't heard from Eeyore for several days, so they put on their hats and coats and trotted across the 100-acre woods to Eeyore's stick house. Inside the house was Eeyore. "Hello, Eeyore," said Pooh. "Hello, Pooh. Hello, Piglet," said Eeyore in a glum-sounding voice. "We just thought we'd check in on you," said Piglet, "because we hadn't heard from you, and so we wanted to know if you were okay." Eeyore was silent for a moment. "Am I okay?" he asked eventually. "Well, I don't know, to be honest. Are any of us really okay? That's what I ask myself. All I can tell you, Pooh and Piglet, is that right now I feel rather sad and alone and not much fun to be around at all, which is why I haven't bothered you, because you wouldn't want to waste your time hanging out with someone who is sad and alone and not much fun to be around at all, would you now?" Pooh looked at Piglet, and Piglet looked at Pooh, and they both sat down, one on either side of Eeyore in his stick house. Eeyore looked at them in surprise. "What are you doing?" We're sitting here with you, said Pooh, because we are your friends. And true friends don't care if someone is feeling sad or alone or not much fun to be around at all. True friends are there for you anyway, and so here we are. Oh, said Eeyore. Oh. And the three of them sat there in silence, and while Pooh and Piglet said nothing at all, somehow, almost imperceptibly, Eeyore started to feel a very tiny little bit better, because Pooh and Piglet were there. No more, no less.
For those of you who have stayed in the sanctuary, those of you who didn't need to, you are the friends that we need by our side when we come as mourners, when we sit in the house of Shiva, and on this Kol Nidre, on this Yom Kippur Yizkor service. So thank you. It's your turn.
This is the poem In Praise of the Living by Harvey J. Fields. Yit Gadal ve'yit kadash shemei rabbah. This, the profound praise of the living, praise for the generous gift of life, praise for the presence of loved ones, the bonds of friendship, the link of memory, praise for the toil and searching, the dedication and visions, the ennobling aspirations. Praise for the precious moorings of faith, for courageous souls, for prophets, psalmists, and sages. Praise for those who walked before us, the sufferers in the valley of shadows, the steadfast in the furnace of hate. Praise for the God of our fathers, the source of all growth and goodness, the promise on which we build tomorrow. Yit Gadal ve'yit Kadash Shemei Rabbah. This, the profound praise we offer. Praise for the generous gift of life.
And now I ask, I know I gave a reading by name to someone days ago about having lost a furry one. And if you're here in the room, please come up. I thought that might be the case.
Okay, I've got it.
You want to do the whole thing?
I'll do this, and then you want to do that?
Go ahead.
Okay? I just wanted to share, I'm reading the Rainbow Bridge poem, but I also wanted to share how grateful I am to be able to share this Yizkor service with Reb Tova. This is Reb Tova's baby and dream, this service, and I am totally blessed to be with her. Thank you.
Thank you, dear.
You're welcome. By the edge of a woods, at the foot of a hill, is a lush green meadow where time stands still, where the friends of man and woman do run when their time on earth is over and done. For here, between this world and the next, is a place where each beloved creature finds rest. On this golden land, they wait and they play, till the rainbow bridge they cross over one day. No more do they suffer in pain or in sadness, for here they are whole, their lives filled with gladness. Their limbs are restored, their health renewed, their bodies are healed, with strength imbued.
They romp through the grass without even a care, until one day they start and sniff the air. All ears prick forward, eyes dart front and back. Then all of a sudden, one breaks from the pack. For just a moment, their eyes have met, together again, both person and pet. So they run to each other, these friends long past. The time of their parting is over at last. The sadness they felt while they were apart has turned into joy once more in each heart. They embrace with a love that will last forever. And then, side by side, they cross over together. May we all be united with our furry ones and our feathered ones when the time comes, because they bring us so much love. So as we remember those people that have been dear in our hearts, we need to remember all those owls that have touched our hearts. Can't you, George? You want to do Amale?
10:28.
Thank you.
10:28.
I have to say yes, sir. I have to. Please, can we have a few minutes just to remember?
Page 10:20, 10:27.
Before LLA?
Okay, would you rather do it in that order, please? That's fine.
Can everyone please rise? Private thoughts of losses. And we rise as a congregation for the memorial prayer, page 1028. El Malei Rachamim, Shochen Bamromim, Hamtzei Menucha Nechona, Tachot Kanafei HaShechina, B'malot kedoshim u'torim k'zohar haraki hamazhirim. V'nishmot yakirenu kedoshenu shalchu le'olamam. Ana Baal Rachamim, hastirem b'tzel kenafecha le'olamim, utzror b'tzror achayim et nishmatam, Adonai hu nachalatam. V'yanuchu v'shalom amishkavavam v'nomar amen.
And I'll ask that you continue to stand as I open the ark, and then please come forth with your petals. And when you put the petals in the ark, please share with us the names of the person or persons that you're remembering, so that their names live on with all of us and not just in your hearts. Please just come forward.
Karen Feldman, to many, to him individually, my family, and my recent
Ann and Bucky Rosenthal.
Judy Moore, Larry Breslau, my parents, my brother.
Ann Golant, Jacob Golant, Eric Golant.
Albert Poland, Charlie Proman Poland. Norma Burns, Bob Burns, Bernstein.
My mother and father, Marion Ettlinger Cohn and Matthew Cohn. My mother's parents, Friedrich Ettlinger and Martha Ettlinger, and my father's parents, Gittel Cohn, who was murdered in the Shoah, and Aaron Cohen, my namesake, who died when he was just a few months old.
My sweet mother, Joy Reese, daughter of Roberta Esther. My sweet father, Donald Reese.
My father and mother, my father-in-law, and my aunt, and my business partner.
Diane Tobin.
My mother and father, Rachel and Philip Marks. my sweetheart, Charlie Jones.
My great-grandparents, Max and Sophie Feinstein, Joseph and Emma Schroeder. My grandparents, Anna Zimmerman, Jacob and Ida Schroeder. My parents, Emery Schroeder, Betty Zimmerman Schroeder.
Our parents, Evelyn and Irvin, brother,
Grandparents, aunts, uncles, and friends,
brother Howard.
and Howard.
Harry and Shirley Nussbaum, Lillian Steinberg, Benny Steinberg, and Jerome Steinberg, Arlene Steinberg.
My mother and father, Barney and Barry Mercer. My mother-in-law, Phyllis, and my good friend, Diane.
My beloved parents, Lucille Simon and Herman Simon. Love you.
My mom, Simona Dolores.
My mother, Cindy Zolkowitz, grandparents, John and Elizabeth Trainer, Phil and Tilly Zolkowitz, and daughter of my friend, Alexandra Toth.
My parents and my first wife, Cindy.
Stanley and Naomi Block, William and Edith Wardman, Minnie and Samuel Kahn.
My mom and dad, William and Edith Ordman, my grandfather, Robert Ordman, and my grandmother, Bessie Croonan, and all those who have nobody to speak for them.
My grandparents, Jacques and Celine Rosenberg, my grandparents, Saul and Rose Hubbard, my very close friend and neighbor, Patty Wilhelm, and my mother-in-law, Phyllis Baylock.
For my parents, Norbert and Elaine Berman, and one of my best friends, Douglas Schwartz.
My father, Michael Steisley.
For my closest friend, Amy Scher, and my father, Paul Wexler.
My mother, Lisa Epstein.
My parents from in San West. My good friend Susan, Hester, Aaron, who just passed away, Bubby and Zadie. Got a whole bag here. Grandparents, great-grandparents.
Grandparents, Annette and Dee, Gladys, March and Chuck.
Bye.
My parents, Charles and Jeanette Rivlin. My son, Adam Charles Rivlin.
For my parents, Idell and Nathan, and their parents, Max and Nettie. For my in-laws, Muriel and Joe.
close friends, so many to mention.
My mother, Deanna Miller. My father, Leon Miller. And to all the Millers and the Hymans. And all my grandparents, Hannah and Saul, and Fanny and Harry.
My parents and my beloved wife. And please remain standing. We continue with Kadosh Yaton on page 1032. Say it slowly together.
Yitgadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabbah v'alma divra chirutei v'yamlich malchutei v'chayechon uv'yomechon uv'chaye dechol Beit Yisrael ba'agala uv'izman kariv v'imru Amen. Yehi shemei Rabbah mevarach v'olam u'almei almaya Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh v'yithadar v'yitale v'yithalal shemei dekudisha b'richu le'ela le'ela mikol birchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechemata da'amiran be'alma v'imru Amen. Yehi shlama rabba min shemaya v'chayim aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru Amen. Oseh shalom bimromav hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'al kol yoshvei tevel v'imru Amen.
You may be seated. Turn in your prayer books to page 1033, and we'll continue with the Psalm 23. You're welcome to read along with me. A Psalm of David. The Eternal is my shepherd, I shall never be in need. Amid the choicest grasses does God set me down. God leads me in the calmest waters and restores my soul. God takes me along the paths of righteousness, in keeping with the honor of God's name. Even should I wander in a valley of the darkest shadows, I will fear no evil. You are with me, God. Your power and support are there to comfort me. You set in front of me a table in the presence of mine enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup is overflowing. Surely good and loving kindness will pursue me all the days of my life, and I shall come to dwell in the house of the Eternal for the length of those days. The rose petals will be taken and put in my memorial garden when I get home this evening, so they will find a comforting place. Thank you all for participating.
Thank you.
3 o'clock, Jonah.
At 3 o'clock, we'll be chanting Jonah. And discussing it.